Well, that's not good. Okay. I think that should fix it. Alright, fantastic. Alright, so welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. I know I've just been streaming like 5 hours ago with like the huge Nighttuber collab stream in Mordhau. And thanks for stopping by for that, by the way. I'm gonna upload a VOD on my YouTube channel just so that people can see it, just in case you missed it. And for those of you who did stop by, thank you again. It was a lot of fun. Right. So after last night's what's the word for it? I'm trying to find the right words to describe the experience that we've gone through. Thesis Hyperborea. Hermes having wiped the memories of Hypnodeus and MSQ, so they have no idea that their world will come to an end. The only ones who know are myself and Bana. So now we've returned to our time in the present, and there appears to be some developments, so let's see how that goes. Alright, so you have a knack for turning up exactly when needed, and this is no exception. Though you and Kral both have news to share, hers is perhaps more urgent. So have you learned aught more of the final days? And that we have. But the journey was well worth the risk. No doubt your newfound knowledge will be a great boon to us all. Unfortunately, during your time on the First, events here have taken a turn for the worse. The Scions are running themselves ragged trying to contain the spread of blasphemies, but it is a losing battle. To try and ascertain the where and why of it, Alize and Alphino have been traveling all over. Of all the regions they've visited, Locus Amonis is one of the worst affected. Thancred, Astinian, and Graha took a detachment of allied soldiers there to offer aid and succor to those in need. But the province is vast. They only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating still, but a drop in the bucket at best. In the meantime, Stola and Master Metoya have been making a concerted effort to establish contact with Heidelberg in the Ethereal Sea, but to no avail. As for Taharu and I, we've been keeping a close eye on the forum. From what we gather, we've been constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon, an ambitious project that has likely been years, if not decades, in the making. However, since we've seen no sign of it thus far, I suspect it's still incomplete. You will also recall the proposal issued by Master Foshono to the people of Razahan. Following their discussion, Ritra declared his support for the plan and urged those people who wish to evacuate to accept the forum's invitation. So far, so good. That's where things get a little strange. Apparently, the forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter in the Tower of Babel and decided to use it to deliver people to the moon instead of a mysterious ship. Therefore, to secure safe passage for the Hanish refugees to the tower, Alphino, Alize, and Graha traveled to Garlemald not long ago. The trouble is, the capital was hardly the safest place to begin with, and now the final days have come to Garlemald. Shortly after, our friends arrived. They were sent to rendezvous with Master Fortune. Then panic broke out, and our communications were severed. From what fragments we were able to make out before the link shell went completely silent, can only assume that the phenomenon has spread to the capital. The others need you, Sylvain. Please, you must help them. Oh, leave it to me, Crown. Having you there will make all the difference. I'm sure of it. Camp Broken Glass was the first port of call, so you'd best start there. Hopefully, Lucia will know where they are. There's no telling what you will be walking into, so you had best take every precaution. Every possible precaution. That I will. I'll be sure to let Thancred and Stola know you're back. At least they're still responding to Veiling Pearls. As the heavens burn. Oh. We weren't kidding. The apocalypse is indeed upon us. Sylvain, and not a moment too soon. The skies over Garlemald are ablaze, but it's events on the ground that concerns me. As you have heard, your fellow Scions arrived ahead of you. We cut the customary greetings short after we received word from our troops of the Magna Glacius that the Forum's airship has landed. It was then that the heavens began to burn. I dispatched your friends at once to ensure the refugees come to no harm. I would have you join them immediately. Additional support is en route. But we will discuss them later. I trust you are ready to depart. Several cutscenes will play in sequence. Alright. Okay, I believe audio capture is working just fine. And hello, Bolthammer. I am doing great today. We have, there was a huge collab stream earlier, just about 5 hours ago. You can check that out. We were playing some Mordhau. I and some fellow knights have done our best to show off our martial prowess. And how are you doing? Earlier on the Magna Glacius.
No. 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 We were promised an escape. Not the same you who fled.
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste. Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy. Come, we must build a line of defense.
How?
Leave the fighting to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
I can handle this pair. You?
Shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
As you wish, my little lord.
Well, thankfully I've played Sage, so I'm not completely lost in the water.
I'll command the beast's attention. See to the wounded.
Help is at hand.
Leave it to me.
Don't be overwhelmed by training. Awesome, do what you can.
Those who can stand, come with me.
Nice turning, all's lost.
Easy now. Deep breaths.
Now go as fast
You're
as you can.
safe now.
Our allies will see you to safety.
Worry not for the refugees, but for yourself.
I don't like to look at that. Stay sharp.
What?
Oh, what the hell is that?
No. Don't. I don't want to die.
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape! Wait, that's... Euless and the army. So, you've recovered then? In time enough to be of aid, for once. We can speak of it more later. For now, we must fight! To repay your salvation in kind, or with better! For Garlemald has her pride! Of that I've no doubt.
The gods. Of all possible saviors, the Imperial Army. Oh!
I had hoped to take all of them down at once.
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
Oh, sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate. To be devoured by their former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Well then, I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices. Now, let's go!
Never have I been so glad to see Imperial reinforcements. Is there no way to break the chain of transformations? Like, I won't back down. Not our chance.
I'm not done yet.
Not to worry about. The air crackles with energy. Find cover!
As they say, turnabout's fair play. On guard.
There's not the barest trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back. Thank you for saving our lives once again. I remember you, from Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Ah, you're from Palaka's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece. Or you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
Look out! Get out of here! Quickly! I won't lose them! Not a one! This will be a brighter future! I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve!
Get it together, Alize. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of father, no less. You might never measure up to our champion. But we ask too much of him as it is. You mustn't let Eorzea's hero fight alone.
This is precisely why you should never skip a squad regiment.
I can look after myself, you know.
Everything's in order, I trust?
I've had enough of this rabble! Come on!
Oh, Rio for the ages.
Just the beginning.
I had a feeling I'd find you here. This should be the last of the worst troublemakers. With me!
You did a great job here. Let me just pop my neck a bit. It's feeling pretty stiff.
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Your offer to host us in Sharlayan is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you. That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons. Come to old Sharlayan. Please.
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
It seems they've a new destination.
The people of Radzat-Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Yes. Well.
Behind you! Just there!
More of them.
Xenos! Here! You'll be all right. Hurry to the airship. Why have you come?
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying. Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
Oh, but you can.
That is, and has ever been, my sole concern. You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry. Your passion pales before mine, yet neither hate nor despair seems sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust. So, I hone my blade, and I wait.
That's it. That's all you care about. Garlemald is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone. Along with so many of its people. Not just soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians. Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing! You slaughtered your countrymen! You did! For what?
For nothing, in the end. So much wasted effort.
You bastard!
For your own sake, Eulus, you must control your anger. It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
What?
If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome? If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends? Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you, and you alone. Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
You are a blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death. But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you. So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
Xenos! Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day. You will never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being. There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish. Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Sharlayan. Having caused such an uproar, 'tis only meet that I explain myself to the Ilsabard contingent.
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned. If you would like to join as well, Eulus, we can speak of recent events on the way.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
Well, there's quite a lot of people to talk to here. We couldn't save them all, but if we'd arrived any later, it would have been a massacre. Things were looking bleak until you and the first turned up. Though there'll be a time later to discuss your journey to the first. There's one thing I must ask. Did you perchance speak with our friends in the Crystarium? And that I did. Lena and Beckluke both warned me against overexerting myself. Strange that they would express such similar sentiments, identical in fact, but their advice is duly noted. That the final days should manifest here too, after everything these people have suffered, is a fate cruel beyond words. Nevertheless, the allies old and new at our side. There is yet reason to be hopeful. It's been a while since we last spoke. For some time I was not myself. Lucia and the others told me what happened that night, about the events that took place while I was receiving treatment. It was only then that I realized the lengths you and yours go to. I know I might never be able to repay you, but I'll be damned if I don't try. And most of all, I want to thank you. All of you. for everything you've done, and continue to do so for the sake of my people. At the very least, I am glad our own members are accounted for. This is the contingent's base of operations, I take it. To see Xenos standing there, so uncaring and unrepentant. Gods, I don't know what came over me. I just blurted out the first thing that came to mind, but looking back on it, I stand by those words. I would say I hope they won't incite him to further villainy, but to be honest, I doubt he even remembers what I said. Anyway, enough about that. It's good to see you again. We still need to quiz you about your time on the First, if we ever get more than a moment's respite. Lucia's taking stock of the present situation.
No major injuries then. Good. I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives. Though not all, I regret to say.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, Fortuneau Leveilleur. And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Fortuneau. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Charlian alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
I swear.
Any other, I would doubt. But you, I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it. Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
It does. You have my thanks.
Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait. Did you hear something just now?
Dawn may banish even the darkest night, and to this bitter clime bring warmth and comfort. 'Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
Verily, I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
Then allow me to summarize. We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans. It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed. So she says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Etheris. Oriange made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still. And it's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom?
I'm not sure how I feel about little Lopper's like talking to me about our impending doom.
Marvelous, they say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Oriange's inferior works no more. Hey! Maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom? Ahem. As I was saying, should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal. We were born from Hydaelyn's love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it? Not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Urianger made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit. From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
Forgive me, but are they...
Yes.
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Hail, fellow! Well met! You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Hydaelyn's right paw! That last bit is very important, as am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
I bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us. As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Sharlayan, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loperites made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable. 'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart.
May thy disciples banish this darkest of nights.
I am no esteemed philosopher of Eld. Nevertheless, 'tis my hope that what little knowledge I shared shall serve them well, and perchance help save us all. Will thou attend us at the Forum and lend thine own wisdom?
Certainly, my friend.
If that's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
Oh, I dare say you'll warm up quickly once you're aboard the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
Lovely. Dare say Master Foshima was as nonplussed as we to learn the identity of Hydaelyn's lunar custodians. As he will soon discover, they have much and more to offer to the Forum. Might I suggest we return to the Annex forthwith? We may yet have time to discuss thy recent adventures ere we are summoned to the rostra. Hello. Oh, mammoths. Not that I'm complaining, Ranji, but I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. Nor I thee. In extolling the virtues of Ithyrus, I did inadvertently awaken in Loporits a desire to avert our beloved star's demise. Carl tells us you've obtained new knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing efforts. I have news to share regarding our study of the Ethereal Sea. Your findings are certain to be of greater interest, and so I would rather hear them first. To what revelations did Heidelin's Elpis flower lead? Oh, we are in for a ride. Then this dynamis is what drives the final days. And if and Akasha are one and the same, this all but proves an harnessed theory. We're an entity through sheer force of emotion to channel this vast dormant reservoir into a raging river. Its power might surpass even that of ether. But if our star is so replete with ether, said entity would need to be outside the influence of it to effectively manipulate the dynamis of the great expanse. Meteor, or rather the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilizations that she has been hoarding for millennia. Untold anguish and fear and hatred drawn from every corner of the universe, all for the single purpose: the destruction of Ithyrus. Then our foe is no longer some unknowable calamity. We have but one aim: to defeat Meteor. You make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Meteor and we deliver the world from the final days. But to even attempt it, there are two conditions. First, we must determine her location. Before Meteor escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Vana, the woman who would become Heidelin. The implication of temporal magics are not entirely understood, and so we cannot assume that our Heidelin and the Vanarian men in Elpis are one and the same. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, I wager that Heidelin possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intends for us to flee Ithyrus, not to stay. Do you suppose she has abandoned her pursuit of Meteor? The Vana I know would never give up. That's my impression too. Otherwise, she wouldn't have used me as a conduit for her will, or provided clues such as the Elpis flower. I believe she has been waiting for mankind to answer to Hermes' question. So, what's the second condition? Must find the means to reach Meteor. Naturally, our chosen method will depend entirely upon wheresoever she has made her nest. then communing with Heidelin must by necessity come first. Do you and Master Matoya have any luck with your investigation into the Ethereal Sea? Sadly not. Though we enlisted the help of Ironvault and other Echo-blessed allies, we couldn't detect so much as a whisper from Heidelin, even from within the anti-tower. Master Matoya is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Forum has found some other method of receiving instructions from Heidelin. If so, it will most likely be some form of apparatus for observing the Ethereal Sea, though closer to home. Sorry to interrupt, we've just received word from the Forum. Your presence is required in Verostra, where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus. Their father was able to persuade them. They're finally taking us seriously. Let's hear what they have to say. To think the Crystal Tower of the First is capable of such feats, as sending one's soul into the distant past. The events you witnessed and helped shape may yet hold the key to forestalling the final days. I'm reminded of dear friends in the future I unmade, whose selfless efforts saw the 8th umbral calamity averted. In this timeline at least, too much has been sacrificed for us to abandon fears now. After sending Graha and Steven back to Garlemald, I stayed in Locus Aemonis for a time. Being an imperial province, it was already in turmoil before the onset of the final days. You wouldn't believe the difficulties we had overseeing the evacuation of the villages we visited. I have faith the detachment we left behind will continue our work and shepherd the people to safety. To what safety can be found in the world coming to an end. Master Matoya has suspected for some time that the Forum has been constructing a new facility for the purpose of surveying the Ethereal Sea. Of course, as custodians of the Anti-Tower, which would presumably be rendered obsolete as a result, she has a few things to say about that. Nothing that should be repeated in polite company, you understand. After you left for Garlemald, I went to Labyrinthos and tried to reach Heidelin using the Elpis flowers. Alas, my attempts were in vain. I can only assume that she spent a vast amount of power in the confrontation with Fandaniel and is presently unable to communicate. Indeed, as her presence left my body, I could somehow feel it, how faint it had grown. I hope you don't mind me staying behind while you attend your big meeting. Verostra reminds me a bit too much of a supremely scary tribunal in Ishgard. Forgive me if I keep my distance. Father has granted us the opportunity we've been waiting for. But we know not what information, if any, they intend to reveal. There's only one way to find out. To the Rostra. Well, that was a much quicker response than I was expecting. Nice to know our efforts on the Magna Glacius didn't go unnoticed. At first I wasn't sure what to make of Hermes and his motives, but it's like we discussed at the Great Work. When faced with the harsh realities of life, some seek the release of death, others grow defiant. They fight. Either way, it's our right to choose. 'Twas Heidelin's commandment that in the event Zodiac should perish, the Loporits were to deliver the people of Ephirus from harm. Though that be the limit of their duties, they possess knowledge unparalleled of the great expanse and the means of its traversal. Should they be persuaded to assist in our efforts to reach Meteon, we should do well to heed their counsel. so close to 90. But as it stands, if I do not reach 90 by the time my oh wow, it's blacked out for a second there. Yeah, if I do not reach level 90 by the time the next dungeon arrives, I shall swap over to Dark Knight, effectively. The forum is in session, and as such, the roster is close to visitors. A Scion of 7th Dawn. Very well, you may wait in the corridor. Of course, entry will only be permitted on the condition you leave your armaments at the door. Lest you forget, this sacred institution holds rational discourse in the highest, where implements of war are expressly forbidden. I suggest you make your way inside. The forum takes a rather dim view of lateness. This is the rostra, where the forum convenes. What, do you wish for a tour? Then enter, and speak with the one in charge of such things. You are with the Science, yes. There's nothing more I can tell you of the Great Exodus save for what you heard at the Forum's proclamation. Pray, be on your way.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter. We are here to listen and to learn. But if the Forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends. By your leave, of course.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the 7th Dawn at their request on the Great Exodus. You may enter. On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glacies. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radzadhan. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin. First, It is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Charlian has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Charlian citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzat Han was foremost among these, but since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
As many as we can.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This Ark, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem? We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the anti-tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Delightful as always, Master Alfino. we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself. Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration. I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms? "71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it. Fortuneau, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
Very well.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
Making some good progress. My affinity for espionage may have earned me the title of Archon, but I was completely unaware of the Forum's plans. There may have been clues here and there, but had I been out of my mind to look for them? But contemplating that possibility only serves to further wound my pride. Not that anyone could have realistically surmised that their brilliant stratagem was to build a giant ship, fly to the moon, still larger vessel in truth, and use that to travel to another star. Even now, the whole idea seems positively absurd when spoken aloud. Of late, I have seen no sign of the Loporits. This being their first opportunity to experience the wonders of Charlian, the potential for misadventure is nigh infinite. Perhaps if Midgard Zorn is still alive, in the traditional sense, that is, we have offered to help the vessel attain the necessary speeds. Then again, there is no guarantee his contribution will make enough of a difference to matter. The further we pursue the mysteries of the universe, the more I struggle to comprehend the fortuitous nature of time itself. We measure and quantify it based on observations of celestial bodies, such as the sun and moon. From your account, it's unclear whether the ancients viewed time in a similar manner. I mention this because while Vana knew the final days would reoccur at a defined point in the future, she presumably had no way of knowing exactly when. Even so, the completion of the Forum's preparations to escape to the moon aligning so closely with the advent of the final days is surely no coincidence. I'm a little vexed that we've yet to learn of the Forum's replacements for the Anti-Tower, though I expect in time they'll share that too with us. And with Master Matoya, if they've any sense. I'll admit, bringing up the issue of the Forum's incomplete arc was more than a little daunting. They were, to their credit, quite open with the current state of affairs. What was even more surprising, though, was when they took Alphinaud up on his offer. While I very much take issue with the Forum's approach to selecting whom to save and when, they're not wrong for wanting to minimize potential conflicts. Fortunately, if this plan of ours actually works, the Great Exodus itself would become entirely unnecessary. Rest assured, I have every intention of honoring the Forum's decision. Sorry about not letting the rest of you in on my plan. I was admittedly thinking on my feet for the most part, since we require both the means of communing with Hydaelyn and reaching Meteon. In the spur of the moment, I saw involving ourselves with the completion of the Ark as a way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. However, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the Ether Burner. I like to think that it is not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, or at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. It might behoove us to learn how an Ether Burner actually works before we attempt to improve it, though. As Father seems so eager to help, maybe we could have him educate us about the Ether Burner. Portiono's ability to maintain a stiff upper lip is being sorely tested. As instructed, I shall take you to see the Ether Burner. Meet me outside the Archaeon. I trust you can make your own way there. So the Ark is being built in Labyrinthos. Hardly surprising. Who else could be concealed such a massive undertaking? Do they intend to carry everything in the Archaeon to the moon? They say they started loading scientific records and biological samples, but do they really need all of it? It seems so long ago we first set foot here. Some will surely object to the Forum allowing foreign elements to have the run of their secret facilities. We should count ourselves lucky. Where once we were refused entry, we are now welcomed as guests. It has been many moons since I last visited Labyrinthos. As vast as the archives were back then, they've only continued to grow in the days since. Among the many and varied documents sent to the moon, I did chance upon several inventories made in the Archaeon. Mayhap the Forum believed such records would provide insight into the intricacies of clerical duties. Regardless, Loporits did not consider them worthy of more than a cursory glance. That we have been granted permission to enter the lower levels is proof of our increased standing. Would that they had been willing to confide in us sooner. I don't understand the appeal of reshaping it to look like the world above. Make a peace with what it is, or go outside if that's what you prefer. Okie dokie, and in the meantime, I shall be right back while I go grab my dinner. So I'll see you all in a couple of minutes. Okay, and I have returned. Our destination lies in the lower levels. A forum, in its wisdom, has granted you access to the Archaeon's lift. Step inside and have Opheline take you to the medial circuit. You. Yes, I'm talking about you. You wish to use the lift, yes? Indeed I do. I've sent your associates ahead to the Logisticon Alpha, on the other side of the Mariel Agronomics. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to. No, never mind. It can wait. Let's attend to the matter at hand. It's quite a distance away, fortunately. It's supposed to be a while still before I can take flight from this place. But so be it. Don't mind me just riding a horse through your building. Oh, there you are. Having words with Master Fortuno by any chance? Knowing the forum, even the people working down here are probably kept in the dark about the true purpose of this place. On our journey here, I was filled with an inexplicable sense of elation to see vegetables other than carrots being cultivated. Why, it near brought a tear to my eye. It must be close to the central circuit, which is where Charlene's greatest secrets are held. If the tomes I perused told the whole story. The fields we passed along the way brought back memories of Ferndale. Unfortunately, we were never blessed with such abundant crops. The further underground we go, the more surprises we find. I don't know what this place is actually for. We're here to wait while our father arranges for us to use the next lift. Here, being logistic on Alpha, where the atmospheric conditions of Labyrinthos are regulated. Water is drawn from underground and dispersed as vapor, stimulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. By manipulating the temperature and air circulation, we're able to create the ideal environment for the growth and preservation of the biological samples kept here. Hold on, how do you know so much about it? Why, my father brought me here as a child. What? And left me behind? Actually, you're the one who left me behind, when you went off somewhere with grandfather. The night before, I'd been asking father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. It is all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world, to grow inured to the wondrous. But having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by Velociraptors in recreating a similar environment, I've come to view such processes in a new light. The subterranean gardens of Labyrinthos, the lunar prison forged to contain the ancient Zodiac, the habitations built for all mankind beneath the moon's surface, each unique yet undeniably similar. 'Tis no mere coincidence. Ever since Heidelin unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits its various, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos in preparation for the great exodus. But that is not all. It's also a testing ground for the technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. The Velociraptors have endeavored to make the moon inhabitable. Inhabitable? Alright. That is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. Alas, time is not on our side. I arranged for you all to enter the central circuit. It is where most of our preparations for the Great Exodus are carried out. Construction of the Ark among them. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subjected to state restrictions and will have free reign to come and go as you please. Such was the will of the Forum, after all. We'll prove ourselves worthy of the trust. Your trust. Then let us proceed. By decree of the Forum, the Sirens of the Seventh Dawn are permitted to enter the central circuit. Central circuit. Please tell me we're almost there, or is there another underground level we have to reach? The even more central circuit, perhaps? The farther down we travel, the more expansive the sky above becomes, artificial though it is. Would that the heavens elsewhere could be so idyllic. I have no idea what makes Elfin so confident we can solve this problem of theirs. Relentless optimism, I presume. Not a not unwelcome trait in a youth, but less so in a gambler. Aye, less resolved to never let him set foot in the gold saucer. I imagine secrets kept here would be of great benefit to mine own research, but I will refrain from indulging my curiosity for the time being. The temperate environment here is not unlike that of Bestway's Burrow. though the diverse vegetation doth produce a far more complex bouquet of aromas. A welcome difference indeed, for I've grown weary of the scent of carrots. The sooner we can get a look at this ether burner of theirs, the sooner we can start working on how to improve it. We might finally have the chance to commune directly with Heidelin, provided we somehow manage to succeed where Charlene's finest engineers have failed. Still, it won't hurt to have a look. The ether burner is being constructed not far from here. Overseeing the work is Kokol Daghol, after whom the forge is named. Once the necessary introductions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particulars. This way. Oh no, I should be heading down there. I shall, however, head here instead and grab the aetheryte. Aetheryte. Should be in here, I presume. I see it. Now I do want to take a look at what that is. Huh. A very large building indeed. Let's see, where can we go? Only locations that we are familiar with. A well-moisturized researcher. Looks lost in thought, although it seems he's hit something of a stumbling block. Is he talking to himself? Surely the Forum have already petitioned the aid of the Loporits, given their familiarity with such technologies. For a closely guarded secret, you can see practically everything from outside, even with the magical barrier surrounding it. I was expecting the Sky Steel manufacturing, instead I find the village smithy. While many of the facilities within the central circuit seem to be visible from the upper levels, more secretive work must be carried out behind closed doors. He hasn't even realized we're here. Or perhaps he has realized, but just doesn't care. Perhaps you do like to break the ice. This is the man we seek. Do try not to startle him. Well, no promises.
I could swap them out. No, been there, done that. Damn near lost my eyebrows. Think, Coco, think! We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, Master Force, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
The schedule remains unchanged, for better or worse. Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the ether burner conundrum.
Not seen you lot down here before.
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the ether burner.
Aye, aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the ether burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding. Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb. But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient. A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Hast thou consulted with the Loperites?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You're trying to drive me mad!
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamit's construction and launch.
Aye, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some in's like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it, though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the Northern Empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency will be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with. Drive calls from Ragnarok-class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need. According to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up. It's rough going in there, even for the cream. Not sure they'd make it out alive.
It sounds like a job of someone else. You want me to go and fetch what's it?
That may be for the best, though you doubtless find the task too dull for your liking.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously... Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours.
What's all this?
Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavensward. This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-Sword expedition myself.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists, or enthusiasts.
Magical artifacts of Allagan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad. Anyway, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics. Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Combine a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking, and I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
Appreciate you doing all this, but I ain't getting me hopes up just yet. There are no oaths or contracts binding the members of the Ilsbark contingent, and in many ways, those even more loosely organized than the Crystal Braves. Nevertheless, I knew none would refuse this call to arms. Truly, we have been blessed with trustworthy and dependable allies. Time and time again, it seems that Allegan something or other are either the cause or the solution to our problems. To think the self-same materials that once launched Dalamud will now be used to help ferry mankind to the moon. There's a poetry in that. I'm confident that even the deadliest of Allegan defenses mechanisms are no match for our allies. At this rate, some of them might soon have as many accomplishments to their name as the certain warrior of light. Considering how much of a fuss he made at the time, I don't see why he takes every opportunity to bring it up. It was just fine. That's the Telfaroy, and now the final days. No one can accuse the Ilsbark contingent for backing down from a challenge. Of course, they weren't also committed to the cause when we first set out. But after seeing the examples set by you, Alphino, and the others, the change was palpable. They couldn't help but believe. Oh, I'm all for relying on the power of friendship, but we're now left with the rare luxury of having nothing to do. There must be something that requires our attention. What serendipitous irony that the remnants of the seventh umbral calamity will become the keys to mankind's salvation. Never more certain have I been that Master Louisoir watcheth over us from the ethereal sea. In times like these, we're reminded of how famous or infamous Alphino has become. Who would have thought he could achieve so much with a single link-pearl conversation? As we're expecting rather a lot of visitors in the near future, I'd best return to the surface and inform the relevant parties. I also have a contact of my own that might be worth a try. Oh, and who might that be? That's for me to know and you to find out. I suppose it might be Sataru. And on that note, I leave matters here in your capable hands. Best of luck. Meanwhile, in Ulda,
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allegan make. Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and Brass Blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials. Thiergeist, we have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
As commander of the stone torches, my son Zimberg will personally see it done.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Chizona's blade, clear the way. Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allegan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults. Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it.
final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Uldar's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth? That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Uldar will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and good speed.
Meanwhile, in the Black Shroud.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses. Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
In that case, might I suggest taking us along?
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Our deficiency so plain to see.
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the Scions assigned to the Shroud. I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come. Let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
Meanwhile, Corvus.
There you are! We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already... Ah. was a roar! A dragon's roar!
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honourable Lord Lolorito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid. Is that...
Hancock? What a surprise this is. And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
Appreciate you doing all this, but I can't what's up yet. Okay. No job too small. Alphina is resisting the urge to pat himself on the back. While friends are searching for refined adamantite and sacred relics, we will only know if they meet our requirements once they have arrived. In the meantime, is there aught else we might do to be of service? You've already done more than enough. If I had to say though, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about elegant technology. You there, the lad with the red eyes and matching hair. You seem to know more than the average scholar. If only Master Cockle knew how right it was. While he and Graha established a rapport, why don't we help the preparations for the Great Exodus? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond the terms of our arrangement. I propose this not to curry favor. As confident as I am that we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. This will also be an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the logistics of traversing the Great Expanse, and if nothing else, it beats twiddling our thumbs while we wait for the adamantite. Sounds like a plan, my friend. Well, aren't you a bunch of helpful buggers? If you don't mind to lend a hand, I know where you ought to go. Charlotte and Hamlet is lousy researchers and scholarly types, busy themselves preparing for the Exodus. Bet Log need all the help they can get. Well then, off we go. I shall endeavor to provide Master Cockle with whatever information he should require. I'll admit, without refined adamantite, I ain't got a bloody clue how else I could get the ether burn to perform any better. If you lot don't come up with the goods, we'll bug it. In order to detect the secrets of the central circuit, the researchers must navigate a bewildering maze of paperwork before they are permitted to return to the surface. I suppose it's no different than any other aspect of Charlotte society. We do live our bureaucracy. It's very much a mirror of the city above, which is perhaps how it came to be called Charlotte Hamlet. What a quaint little settlement this is. Shame it's hidden underground. I don't mind a bit of heavy lifting, but I draw the line in paperwork. As much as wave a sheaf of documents at me and I'll put my lance through it. As surprised as I was to learn the foreign plan to send everyone to the moon, I can't imagine how the common folk must feel about it. Do my senses deceive me in the shadow of yon corner? One can but hope this leadeth not to mischievous undertakings. From what I can tell, a lot of people actually live down here. I don't know how much of help we can offer, but I dare say we'll benefit from some of that fresh inspiration Scholar Wondershane mentioned. Let's start by asking around, ideally without getting in anyone's way. Let's meet by the Aetheryte once our work is done. Oh, hello. Are you one of the new helpers? Working on the ether burner? Oh dear. I hear things have come to a standstill on that front. Even so, I choose that over my current duties. Checking and loading samples, day in, day out. It's tiring, thankless work. Still, no one will be cross if I misplace a few lagoons or what have you. Brom's got enough of it on their plate as it is. What with deciding who gets to board the Ark and when? A lot of powerful people have opinions about that. My heart goes out to Master Foshino and the others. How do you get a moment's rest, I expect? Do they even have time to sleep? Hopping with the Ark. Even with all the power Master Kobolds managed to squeeze out of the ether burning, still not enough apparently. And now I hear the final days have arrived. Horrible creatures running rampant all over. Only we've begun the exodus soon. People are dying, and there'll be no end to it if we don't fulfill our duties. But we will. We've spent years preparing for this moment. Believe in the plan, all will be well. Offering to help? That's very kind, but I should be able to organize the rest of the documents myself. Which it's mostly lists of things we'll need once we arrive on the moon, and then whichever star we choose as our new home. My duty is largely concerned with maintenance of living conditions, so we'll be a lot busier after we depart. I hear that our lunar collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. I'm looking forward to finally meeting them in person, after having communicated with them in such limited capacity thus far. To be perfectly honest, I've not even the slightest idea what they look like. I do hope they're not enormous, looming giants. Why, I would much prefer something small and fluffy. If I'd be hatted rabbit that ran by. Excuse me. Oh, I see Urianji over there. Wow, look at that, it's living way, growing way, and singing way. And cooking way as well, apparently. What joy to sample the delights of the furious. How marvelous it is to see you again. You'll be pleased to hear I've learned much since our fascinating discussion at the Caratorium. It's all thanks to Urianji, you see. He's taught me the finer points of cooking, which, despite my name, I knew very little about. So many dishes, so many hard-to-pronounce words. Actually, I was rather hoping you'd show me how to bake an Archon roll. They're quite popular, I hear, or it doesn't sound like it contains any flavor to speak of. Still, if that's the sort of thing your kind enjoys, I shall make enough to last a whole journey. I hope you do not. Crikey, I wasn't expecting to see you here today. Sorry I didn't have the chance to say goodbye, and for having those other lovebirds attack you. Terrible misunderstanding that. Not to worry though. As all have since recovered from the rather savage beating you administered. I bear you no ill will. Well, perhaps a little, on account of savagery. But time heals all wounds. Most, anyway. To appear, the Lockwards have infiltrated Sharlayan's most heavily guarded facility. How, I know not. Fancy meeting you here, Sylvain. Our friends in the forum brought us to see their teeny tiny toy boat, which was quite impressive considering they didn't use any creation magics. What we're really interested in is the Sphere itself, though we now find ourselves in sort of a funny underground miniaturized version of it. We're hoping the forum will give us a guided tour, but it appears that they're rather preoccupied. Honestly, all the time to prepare and they're still not ready. I suppose we'll just have to show ourselves around. Or at least that's what we were planning to until we chanced upon Urianji and you itself. Since you're both dawdling about, engaging in idle chit-chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest. Wouldn't that be fun? If you're too busy to show us the sights, we'll find other ways to keep ourselves amused, don't you worry. Try as he might, Urianji cannot free himself of the Lockwards. A tour of Labyrinthos. An unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarities betwixt this artificial environment and Bestway's bow, it would be in our best interest to have the Lockwards acquaint themselves with those conditions, deemed optimal by their Sharlayan collaborators. I fear, however, that the continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing rather than broadening their perspectives. Mayhap thou art better suited to lead this venture. What a marvelous idea. Why don't we begin with that great big what's it over yonder? Ah yes, the what's it. I shall leave its explanation to Sylvain. It's all very intriguing, I'm sure, but where are the food preparation stations? The, what was your word for it? Kitchens? That reminds me, Puddingway, our newly appointed Chief Pudding Research, a discipline that he himself founded after sampling Urianji's delights. He's gone in search of his ultimate sweet treat. Well, provided it's a pudding, as that's all he ever talks about these days. Have you seen him? My word, what a magnificent architecture. Such immaculate curvature. I'll have to make several adjustments to my work if I'm to match this degree of craftsmanship. I shall leave no corner unrounded. Considering Singway and Growingway's specialties, I expect them to pay full attention to explanations, which I'm sure will be the most informative. The Lockwood's technical expertise doth far outstrip our own. It would be wise to allow them to form their own conclusions as to the function of the various apparatus, rather than offer uninformed suppositions of our own. Unless, that is, unbeknownst to me, God are possessed of surpassing knowledge concerning the construction and operations of advanced Shaolin waters. Goodness me, to build something so large without creation magics is positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attention to its most important features. Search the apparatus for points of potential interest. Remove camera, okay. Mushroom-like thing. It looks like the trees in the greatest Ennsville. Hold on, that's a bit of a strange shape. It's thin at the bottom, but big and round at the top. Quite tall for something so unbalanced, too. Oh, it makes sense. That's where they store the water. It's that water here inside the Great Big Tube. Must be because of those cogs and that gigantic wheel at the top. Oh, I see. That's how they draw up the water. There's probably some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside too. It's a little hard to see from here, but is that a golden pipe connected to the top of those tanks? I can see through that window and another pipe at the bottom. Ah, this must be for purifying water drawn up from below. Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from underground, presumably with some other mechanism, is purified here and stored in that tower before being distributed elsewhere. I'm right, aren't I? I knew it. A design brilliant in its simplicity. I dare say it would take only a moment to install in even the harshest of environments, for us operates, that is. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is the utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. We have read, however, that peoples of the fierce sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How are they able to survive? Areas near waterfalls are common sites for villages in Giribania. So wherever you choose to live, you are never far from water. Oh dear, I worry we won't be able to procure the necessary amounts. We can provide enough water to keep them from drying out completely, but it would appear that they rely on it far more than we anticipated. A few adjustments may be in order, once we've calculated the average rate of consumption per individual. It may also be worth learning more about how exactly they obtain the water in the first place. Master Alphinaud spoke of the machinery responsible for that feat during our journey to Logisticon Alpha, did he not? Mayhap the Loporits will share his appreciation for the engineering marvel. Oh yes, that sounds absolutely splendid. Must journey beyond the sanctuary of Shaolin Hamlet. I shall lead the way. You mean we'll have to brave the untamed wilderness? A valid concern indeed. We could not help but notice the many dangerous-looking creatures with big, nasty teeth lurking beyond the safe confines of the settlement. Were we not escorted here by burly custodians, I dread to think what will happen. What will have become of us? Regrettably, To many a hungry predator with the aforementioned big nasty teeth, loppers may appear to be a potential and rather appetizing source of sustenance. Might I impose upon thee to assist in securing safe passage to Logisticon Alpha? For my part, I shall act as escort to Living Way and Cooking Way, and entrust Singing Way and Growing Way to thy care. Well, leave it to me, I suppose. Oh, yet another escort quest. A more valiant protector they could not wish for. Godspeed. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beastie. Come along, Growing Way, to the water extraction. What's it? I should cancel my animation with. I'm feeling the way forward is not as clear as we'd like. Could you go ahead and take a look? Perhaps you could tell the local beasties that were not nearly as delicious as we might appear. I say, that fiend had a mighty feast on roasted locker. Thank you so much. I behold this water extraction monster is worth these harrowing experiences. All part of the fun, some I say, but I'd rather not be burnt to a crisp if it's all the same to you. Let's get moving. The building looks nice and solid and safe. Well, that's all very exciting, but I'd rather not do it again. Wait, how exactly are we planning to head back later? I don't want to see these two here safely. They can be a bit skittish at the best of times, so I'm personally surprised they didn't run off and get themselves killed. I couldn't help noticing a distinct lack of carrots on the way. Or maybe of other vegetables I was expecting to see. But I did catch a glimpse of some other bipedal tomato charging about. Must be my imagination. My friends, I bid you welcome to Logisticon Alpha. Our destination doth lie at this top. Pray, follow me. need to use this lift should you wish to go to the needle circuit. Let me know if you're headed that way. I'm heading up indeed. Wise guides. Forgive me for asking, but why are we any closer to kitchens? Now think of it, why am I even here? Atmospheric manipulators are hardly my area of expertise. That was terrifying. At least the scenery was more pleasant than what's name. Gone and all. As a first impression of the Furious, it was far from favorable. Anyway, onwards and upwards, quite literally, as I see is the case here. As I understand, places like Labyrinthos are the exception rather than the rule. You don't all build enormous underground living spaces like this, surely? On this occasion, it would behoove us to seek the counsel of those qualified to describe the workings of the apparatus. They may also be in possession of schematics or other useful documentation, should the Loppers request them. As the forum's esteemed guests, it is unlikely that they would be refused. Thou knowest as well as I the changeable dispositions of Charlotte bureaucrats. Marvelous, simply marvelous. But this is where the magic, or science rather, takes place. A perfect environment to sustain life, artificially created. The knowledge we'll gain here will be essential when we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently, most of them don't even have an air for you to breathe. You're very lucky that Inferius just so happens to provide everything we need to thrive. Or did mankind turn out the way they are because of the available resources, I wonder? Either way, it's nothing short of miraculous. And I cannot wait to see more of it. I should like to study this primitive yet nevertheless intriguing contraption a while longer, if I may. The Shalians were able to build something of this complexity with their limited knowledge and resources is most impressive. Cookingway is eager for a change of venue, or at the very least, a change of what's it. This is all very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provision facilities. In other words, what's the food? I believe both knowledge and consumables you seek may be found at Mariel Economics. As I imagine singing away and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus, wouldst thou be so kind as to escort our visiting colonialian? Yes, that sounds much more interesting. Hopefully I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Iriarte was telling me about. Even his incredibly vivid, if a bit too verbose, descriptions cannot compare to sounding them itself. Not to mention, the Furious will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while there's still time. Let's brook no further delay. Can I exit from here? I believe I can. Fantastic. This is the place, yes. The heady aroma was enough to guide me here, as for several of the fruit and vegetables featured in our compendium. I'd dearly love to try some, but I read that those who help themselves to a farmer's crops without permission are often caught and put into pies. Perhaps you could ask whoever's in charge if they would be willing to part with a few samples. What fighting mess this is. Ah, so you're the one who climbed down the mine shaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the exodus. And I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here, up there. First on the moon, then on whichever star the form decides to become our new home. It's also sudden, so unreal. Don't you want to go to the moon? Well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us. But no matter how carefully it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive in their new environment. So many species doomed to extinction. Sorry, that's not what you came to talk about, is it? Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of your produce, if we may. By all means, help yourselves. Much appreciated, my good fellow. So, where to begin? Some, grapes, I believe. Oh, I know what these are. Grapes, yes. Let's see if they are as delicious as they look. So sweet, so sour. It tastes as much like a ripe philosopher's carrot, yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the skin and the food within is most peculiar, though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another. Well, that's certainly given me food for thought, though in a far less visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what's your opinion of grapes? I love grapes. I'd brave an erupting volcano for a choice bunch. Not that I've done so before. Yes, they are rather Moorish, aren't they? And from what I've read, quite versatile too. Something about people stepping on them to make intoxicating beverages, as I can recall. Anyway, that's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next treat. Apples, I believe. Orange by name, orange by nature. Oh, these are oranges? Oh yeah, they are oranges. I love oranges. What came first, the fruit or the color? Who cares? Let's eat. Yes, that's equal parts sweet and sour. As with the Greeks, yet nothing alike. I may have to consult a Urandre about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter. This is all very complicated, you know. So many flavors, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. Now I see why you all turn your noses up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous though they are, still in my estimation. Let no one say I said otherwise. Ah, but speaking of carrots, I've yet to sample any of the vegetables. Let's try what's in that field over there. Pumpkins. The color, that's texture. Are they some sort of round, enormous round carrots? Nope, these are pumpkins, I believe. No? In any case, proper nomenclature is less of concern than the taste. Ugh, so hard and flavorless. I may as well be chewing a piece of wood. But that all but confirms it. That all but confirms it. These are nothing more than misbegotten failures masquerading as goody carrots. Are you eating the rind instead of the flesh within? Stop, stop, stop! Can't you see these are pumpkins? And no one... and no one with any sense would try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Do you not find it an awful bother? Far from it. Cooking is a joy unto itself. And what's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. But, above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember. And perhaps these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. I wonder though, if there is anything even more delicious. How about that yellow fruity Honda? Oh no, that's a lemon I believe. Oh no. Yeah, that is definitely a lemon. Well, I do enjoy the odd lemon myself, but not in its entirety. I think I don't eat a whole lemon. Let's see how you feel about lemons. What a wonderful fragrance. With luck, it'll have a flavor to match. As I have no idea how these are eaten, I'll just bite into it. Oh no. My tongue, is this poison? Nope, that is just a lemon. A lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like this? How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? Ah, maybe it may be some time before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I had best call an end to this round of sampling. Let's say our farewells and return to the others. Finished, have you? I trust you found something to your liking. I'm rather enamored with the grapes and oranges. Less so the pumpkin, though I've heard the hard way, but not to be eaten raw. Then there was the lemon, the deceiver. Feels so violated. First time, was it? I hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth in more ways than one, so I'll give you this lemon muffin I baked. If this doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. More lemon? Have I not suffered enough? Nevertheless, it would be remiss of me to spurn this opportunity. Oof. You're sick out there. Learn more of your inscrutable ways. Very well. Lemon muffin, do your worst. This is delicious. Look at his cute little face. Although I still detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create a perfect harmony. I never would have guessed its foul bitterness could be utilized so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking. See, we rarely use lemon in its natural state, but it has a starring role in all sorts of recipes, and the same is true for many other ingredients. It comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal, and sometimes that can even be the difference between life and death. I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the Forum agonize over what was worth preserving, what would be consigned to history. Hard choices, but make them we must if we're to survive. Such strength of will. Now I know what Heidelin sees in your kind. Mankind, the Loporits, were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learn all there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and the fates of stars themselves. Once the civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements for survival, it will inevitably seek out to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection. And therein lies its folly and its downfall. For perfection is an unattainable ideal. Tis the paradox of the immaculate character. Yet civilization since time immemorial has deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress, and pay no heed to the costs incurred in the futile quest, and all too often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. What then is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect, to be content with what we have and make the most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins. Pardon my origin, but what in the seven hells are you talking on about? What in the seven hells are you on about? And who are you anyway? Working way at your service. I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. Once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. They're growing all different kinds. But don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many amphibious species as possible, if you're up to the challenge. Yes, of course. I look forward to it. Oh, this has all been highly productive. Probably. Let's go see if you're around here and you others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we? So he's one of the Gorm's lunar collaborators. Not quite what I was expecting, but he seems to do some sort. I'm glad he enjoyed the lemon muffin too. But the next time he has one, he won't be so compelled to wax poetic about the meaning of life and the immaculate claritin. Agriculture shock. I absolutely love whoever's I absolutely love the wonderful job that whoever's responsible for naming the quest names. Oh, there you are. Have you ever finished talking about the rain-making warsits yet? Where have you and Cookie been? If the two of you were engaged in the pursuits of an educational nature, you should have taken me too. I am the leader, after all. Not to rub it in, but we had the most fantastic time while you were away. Uriarj was able to obtain all manner of meteorological data for us to pore over. I'll be sure to put my newfound knowledge to good use once we return to the moon. It's my duty to make your journey as comfortable as possible. Oh, there's no telling how long it'll be. 100 years? 1,000? Probably closer to 5,000, give or take. By Cooking Way's broad grin, I assume your excursion was a roaring success. That's most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any other places famed for their cuisine? The Far East has noodles on noodles. Limsa Lominsa is home to the Culinarians Guild, and many less than savory establishments. Would that I had time to visit. The more I learn of Epirus, the more I wish we could spare it for the final days. Alas, Adeline's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there was some other way. I wonder if this is how pudding way felt the first time you were on made puddings. But I'm not sure that actually was pudding, now that I think of it. Something about it seemed a bit off. Iranche appears to be tallying their loppers in preparation for an imminent departure. So then, a thrust of our time at Mariel Economics did bear fruit. Our own efforts too were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them, and us, or fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let's return to Charlotte Hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend to each and every locker there, if further questions within my power to answer arise. Aww. Why did I not ask Jackie how to make carrot muffins? I've had baked goods bursting with happiness. That's ever so delightful. With this much information, I can fine-tune the moon's environments for your people's comfort. It's surprisingly tricky to estimate the appropriate temperature settings for beings so lacking in fur. Oh no, that's nothing. Nowhere in particular I was hoping to go. I simply wish to see, hear, feel, and think as much as I possibly can while we're here. What's to look for? What did I say? You are still the Highland's creation, that's for sure. The Loppard's one for activities and stimulation. I struggle to conceive how to busy them whilst we wait. Like little children we are. Yes, Flynn, there was indeed me verbalizing a sigh to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Because I saw reconstructed environmental data for the fears at Logisticon Alpha, that's why. A forest so lovely too. A forest so lovely, so leafy. Our little forest like that. You should see the forest at first. One was purple. Gasp! Gasp, I say. With a star so wonderful, it comes as no surprise that you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. How ridiculous we must seem to you, trying so hard, yet achieving so little. Not at all. My works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Banquet. How didst thou fare? Oh, I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move the cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here, despite news of the coming end. We have the forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean the people aren't worried though. Quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, we hurry to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death. And we can hardly tell them that there's no cause for concern. Perhaps not. Though aided by our goodly growing way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burden. Me? Be of use to people? I'm honored that you think me so capable, but I'm not sure that I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. If you say so, I suppose it can't hurt to try. I passed someone moping in the Western Plaza that looked to be in need of a helping paw. Fancy might start with him. Tis a good place as any. Come. You best go with him. I don't think Urandre misjudged him. A growing way does look like he could use some emotional support. I still have work to complete elsewhere. I trust that I won't return to find any loppers in tears. Oh, can I help you? Hey, it's we who can help you. It's you who would help me. Is my anxiety truly so obvious? A burden shared is a burden eased. Pray, tell us of thy troubles. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see, and what they say of the ship, that is the sum of decades of Charlene ingenuity that is built with a peerless, elegant technology. It's all true, but I know that none of that's a guarantee. We've never before launched a starfaring vessel, let alone flown it into the great expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard for the first voyage, but even so, if it fails us then, what can we do? And if it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight, over one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the ether burner's design was flawless too, and look how that turned out. Thou art familiar with these most daunting technologies, and thus dost thou hold the power to allay his fears. Oh, I'm not sure about that, but, well... Maybe you could tell me if there are aspects of the ship's design that you're especially worried about. Our ability to walk about and perform tasks, for one. I've devised a means by which to employ gravity, a spatial temporal spell, to regulate the environment. What if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we've left the star? Aha, gravitation. Maybe I can be of help after all. Up there, it's not so different from down here, you see. The same rules apply, and if you consider them as part of one great big cosmos rather than separate places. I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Yet, if Thancred's tale be true, still others would benefit from insights born of experience. Might I prevail upon the Lopperts to attend them? An excellent idea, if I do say so myself. If not, we like to do more. Oh wait, if not, we like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people of the theories, and learn more about them while we're at it. Full glad am I to hear. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Sylvain, Thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of succor. Pray, seek thee out the distressed and the apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I shall await them here, that I may introduce each to a suitable loppers. Leave it to me. Oh, I so do look forward to that. A place for every loprit in the place. The final days doubtless weigh heavy upon the minds of many Shaolin hamlet, pillars of the Exodus as they are. Pray, bring them hither. Pardon for heavens, I ask you. Level-headed engineer. Concerns? Nay, there's no point in worrying at this stage. It'll only make work go that much slower. This woman seems to be coping well. Oh, that is a fine hair. Anxious engineer. What am I thinking about? Medical facilities in the ship, of course. I designed them with the assistance of our sages and chirurgeons. To imagine every illness or injury that one might face in great expanses beyond any of us. To say nothing of the effects that living out there indefinitely might have on the body. The crew from the moon, why did I not think of that? Being if is anything bothering me? Oh, I've been loading cargo for Belsa, so my back feels like a Voidson's played as a piano. My feet and knees are as drums. My feet and knees as drums and cymbals too. The screener seems fine, if in need of a break. Pondering mathematician. Ponderous mathematician. Consulted our collaborators. I suppose that would be more effective than sitting here brooding. I'm attempting to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate into fewer trips. Should the ether burner make our original estimates unfeasible? But there are simply too many variables. I feel as if my brow will turn inside out. But perhaps our lunar associates will have more insight into how much weight constitutes too much weight for our purposes. Thank you for letting me know. My face? What's wrong with my... Ow. Perhaps I am a bit tense. I was tasked with ensuring the proper fauna, and only the proper fauna, brought us to the moon. However, the sustainability of a few species is still under debate. I can hardly make a decision myself when I know so little about the environment up there. Including the loppers in our discussions is a wonderful idea. I absolutely will, thank you. Perhaps their biology itself might offer some clue as well. Irascible administrator. Yes you idiot. I've seen an envelope lying about. This imbecile refuses to give me the alchemic I ordered without the bloody slip of parchment. Unless your friends have a spell to make me remember where I dropped my damn envelope, I doubt there'll be more help than you. And you've wasted enough of my time already. would be unfortunate for all involved to inflict this man upon the Lockwards. Last assistance. Why have they gone off at a time like this? Beg pardon, but I have not decided for idle chit-chat. I need to reconfirm that ether levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery, and it seems I shall have to do that single-handedly. I swear, when I find those assistants of mine... I may have tried the Lockwards. The Lockwards are willing to help. Why didn't you say so? At least they wouldn't mourn about how they checked 24 times already, and haven't slept in weeks. Lazy sods. Quite a bit of ground to cover here. I must needs make paste. Researcher. 56 bunches of weeds on the ground, 56 bunches of weeds. Rip one out, add to now 55 bunches of weeds in the I'm not neglecting my duties, I swear. I was in need of a little break, you see. Then I found myself unable to relax at all, so I went on a walk. Then I noticed these weeds and pleasant conversation partners and oh so fuzzy. Goodness me, that does sound a much better way to relax. Hyperventilating engineer. Calm down, man, breathe. Oh, breathe lower. But because my chest is tight, am I dying? Is this what dying feels like? Oh, do pardon me, I didn't see you there. There's no cause for concern, I assure you. No cause for concern. Even though we may need to depart at any moment. And if the hull I designed buckles under the strain, the entire vessel may explode and launch, claiming countless of lives and dooming all mankind. So that is highly unlikely. Yes, highly unlikely. Our visitors can help me triple check for structural flaws to say. Why, that would be wonderful. I'm breathing more easily already. Capricious researcher. Venom of the world is nigh, yet the work goes no faster. Schedules are temperamental things. Feasible one moment, autopilot the next. Yet I've never felt so alive. This must be beyond your help. Only sleep can save her now. Just leave me to my misery. The former can appoint someone else. I apologize, I simply don't know what to do. How am I supposed to pilot the Ark if I'm already falling apart under the pressure? You know, a starship pilot that I might speak with. Truly. Well then, there's no time to waste. You help me prepare for this monumental task. Right, yeah. Like I was saying, I will appreciate like leaning more into like the thoughts of the people. I'm not sure what if I appreciate being sent around, running around talking to NPCs in quests like these. Feel a little bit like filler episodes, you know? How might I help you? My, what a lovely idea. I too noticed people becoming rather tense, so I rushed out to pluck some fresh and fragrant tea leaves. Now I need only track down 100 or so cups. But don't you worry, I can manage. I hope your plan to cheer everyone up goes well. This woman's doing better than you are. A pleasant surprise indeed. If only I can find where the last person is. Let's take a look outside. That's what we call this someone that we might have missed. Concerned you. Apologies, but I'm awaiting a delivery. Whatever it is, we'll have to wait. Screener is far too busy to chat, for his benefit, for our voice. Have you heard anything of what's on the moon? I have no doubt that we can make it up there. But searching for a new star part of the plan sounds awfully vague to me. I've asked the forum, but they will only tell us that our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, but I don't feel particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars on God knows what, made by God knows who. You mean to say I can speak with them directly? Amazing. I hope they like questions. He said he was glad we spoke, and he thanked me. It was all worth it after all. Most of it. Even the mistakes we made, because now we can tell them what not to do. He holds the vein. From thine efforts, word hath spread throughout Labyrinthus. Verily, verily to a far greater number than we anticipated. The living way doth gather more lockers as we speak. I shall assign each in accordance with their skills. The new bonds of friendships might be forged. Should greater matters require not binding attentions, what shall then activity?
Phew! Oh, finally some rest! Why, I haven't spoken so much in, well, in forever.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
Twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that, were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louisoix, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget...
Oh there! Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Yes, I am.
Wilson and Blovida, Sharlayan's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
It hath been some time. 'Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Blovida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
Alfei, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where. Do you have any idea how worried we were?
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know, we always know.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while, arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy our daughter trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
This moon breeder, she was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
Oh wow, man. That cutscene was really a tearjerker there. Oh, let me just take a moment to gather myself and get some water. Okay, and we're back in business. Remind me to invite you around here for a drink. When we have a moment to breathe. Long overdue for one. And raise a glass to Mundrida. I was so busy asking questions about Furious that I never thought to ask more questions about you and Andre. I'd like to, but where would I begin? Goodness me, I never felt like there was too little time for it. So many people to talk to, so many things to learn. I assure you that my fellow leopards are equally excited to have this opportunity. We're humming the whole way here. We spent so long gazing at the star, wondering and hoping. But to be here now, to walk among people, to be part of their lives and know that we've made a difference, is so much more than I ever dreamed. Oh, he must be one of the Scions, correct? Thank you for caring for my daughter. The time she spent with you was all too short, but I know she was proud to have you as co-players. Iranger is too, I'm sure. And I certainly feel better for knowing he has good friends to look after him. See that he comes home from time to time, will you? Classical Rogadin language isn't so different from Eorzean. Did you ever wonder why we named our daughter Moon's Bride? Why we named our daughter Moon's Bride? When I first held her, the moon was shining silver and full. The whole world seemed aglow. I knew it had chosen her, that she would be a beacon of the self-same light. Of course, we later hear our fair share of jokes about how we ought to have got the sun instead, with how bright and stubborn she was. But fiery as my Mundrida was, she was always kind and gentle. Also, Vayan, be assured that I'm fine. I am. Well, glad to see them too, after so very long. Gladder still that it was in your company, as difficult as it was to accept the kindness. To have been far harder had I faced them alone. The pall of anxiety over Charlotte and Hamlet has thinned to more manageable levels. Thou hast my gratitude for lending courage to the leopards. Not disposed to rest on their laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, so I shall remain to aid them as need be. If thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Elsie. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes out of the west gate. I could go myself, but we know whose help she's less likely to scorn. Not to mention that, much to my misfortune, I can think of several other things I ought to be doing. Until later. Pray, assist Mistress Alice. She have taken too great a burden, and I guess not. Lingwei and I shall attend to matters here. Man, what are you doing out here? What's in the box? No, I don't mind if you help with the boxes, but it's far from the most exciting of tasks. Are you sure? Well, I appreciate the assistance. We need to get these to Aporia. Time is short, of course. Full of organic specimens and samples, so try not to be too rough with them. Alphina should be waiting for us when we arrive. I'll see you there. Oh, they're hopping with the crates. Wonderful. You can put that there with the others. You have my gratitude. How did you come to be involved in this? Ha, but I suppose I have Thanker to thank as well. If you're wondering why we were tasked with bringing these boxes to Aporia to begin with, so was I. It turns out that this is a base for operations of sorts. Those with final say as to what's included in the ship's manifest can be found here. Father included, I suspect. That should be everything. You carry all of that at once? Are you trying to injure yourself? Oh hush, the light of Endwalker. And not everyone has your delicate arms. I suppose we should let someone know that we're finished. Leopoldin is in the courtyard. You can report to him. Why don't you come along? You should get credit for your assistance at least. Considering where we are, we might even learn something interesting. This must be Theopald. I keep thinking that I've seen it elsewhere, but I cannot for the life of me remember when. God, it never ends, does it? What can I do for you? I brought the samples from Charlotte Hamlin, Series 110. The crates are by the entrance. Ah, thank you. I had expected one of my colleagues, but we are dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment. You are fortunate children, are you not? Alphina and Alize, at your service. You're well acquainted with Father, I take it. Quite. We've been friends with your parents since our days as a student. I remember when you were yay high, waddling hither and thither. Clearly, it's been some time since we've met. It's good to see you again, ruling your father's noise, no less. You knew our parents when they were young. What were they like? Please spare no detail. I should like nothing more than to regale you. Alas, I am meant to be in charge here. and reams of paperwork want for submission. We can help you with that, in exchange for stories our parents would never willingly divulge, of course. Very well then. There happen to be 3 sets of documents in need of delivery. So how about you each take one? Wait right there. You'll find a foreign representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost structure. I hope I haven't kept them waiting too long. Never mind Alpha and Elze. I'm certain they will be back soon enough. Who are you, by the way? Twins-minded? In a sense. Absolutely love the water feature here. Are you not one of the Sires of the 7th Dawn? I thought you were meant to be working on the Ether Burner. We are indeed. The nature of this paperwork is not particularly well-guarded secret, but due to how dull it is to read, will nevertheless remain largely unknown. To uphold this paperwork, I was beginning to worry he had misplaced his quill. I appreciate your help in seeing these documents to my hands at last. As for your other task, pray keep this between us, but I sincerely hope you succeed. The Exodus is, without a doubt, the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum. And so we must be circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. At its heart, however, Sharlayan has ever been a nation of the curious. It would be a tragedy indeed if we were the ones to stimulate your pursuit of truth. Quick and efficient. I dare say you have talent for this work. The Twins' paper only need to be delivered elsewhere in the facility, so they should be returning at any moment. We return, with not a scrap paperwork remaining on our persons, you will note. You both have my thanks, and my apologies for sending you on an errand far below your ambitions. Why, even as a babe, you struggled out of your swaddling clothes and... That's quite enough of that, thank you. It was compromising stories of our parents that we asked to hear, to reiterate. Of course, of course. I've known your father for so long, I must have something. Well, as you know, part of why the Levier name garners such respect in Sharlayan is your family's storied history. You two can trace your ancestry directly to those who came aboard, Newcraft's hope, a lineage few can claim. I've never thought much of it myself. It's not as though our forebears founded our nation. They were simply there when it happened. Nevertheless, it has traditionally been a point of pride. That's why Newcraft's pronouncement, renounce the ways of war, and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason, has ever been our family's creed. Until your grandfather's time, Archon Louisois looked not to Newcraft's words, but his deeds. He asserted, in defiance of his peers, that choosing to save the great and the small from the rising tides was the true mark of our founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy, and the fall of civilizations, that led him to conclude that to eschew conflict at every turn was to consign mankind to its doom. There will ever be conflict, and calamity will follow. Thus, to ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. You remember his words well. Indeed, Archon Louisoix lived by that personal creed, and used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need, Charlian or no. No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son. Yet Fortuno could not reconcile Louisoix's deeds with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers, a philosophy which he believed so fervently, yet made a pariah of his father. Fortuno agonized over this contradiction for much of his life. God's father. A son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. Is it not always thus? Gods know Fortuno's a cranky goat, so I'm sure you butt heads often enough. Yet even so, you must know that you are constantly in his thoughts, every moment of every day. And that's not an exaggeration in the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born. Barely recognizable he was, with a kind of dumbfounded grin I've not seen since he first took fancy to your mother. I was practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it, he loves you to an embarrassing degree. But he is also frustratingly single-minded. Once he's decided that a given action is for the best, he'll stay the course no matter who or what opposes him. A profoundly annoying habit when you're on the other end of it, as I'm sure you will agree. I'll say, thank you for your insight. When we next meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Try not to get me into too much trouble now. I need a forum on my side. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back to work. I have to make sure those specimens you brought back make it to their proper places, or the cranky old goat will have my hide. We can speak again later. Hail, you three. Graha, surely Cockle hasn't driven you out of the port already. For better or worse, no. However, he has sent me a task that requires more than my single pair of hands. And here you are. I could use at least one of you, but I won't object to more. Unfortunately, Elze and I have prior commitments, and we have delayed too long as it is. What about you, Sylvain? Can you spare the time? Certainly. Perfect. This shouldn't take long. Much as I'd like to press the button for more revealing tidbits, we should be getting back to our task. It's strange to hear father spoken of in such a way, but I suppose he would find your view of me no less odd. In the event that our, and I quote, promised help of adamantite falls right out of the bloody sky into my lap, Master Cockle wishes to be ready to put the proverbial hammer to the anvil at a moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames in Cockle's forge to burn up water. He sent me to increase the amount of ether being funneled to his furnaces. The flow of fire aspect of ether in Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here, to which I have borrowed the key. The adjustment will require 2 people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process when we arrive. This is where you part then. We'll see you in Charlene Hamlet once the adamantite arrives, if not before. This way then. elemental reactor. Alright. The reactor is housed within this facility. I'll be the one to go inside and justify ether output. When I do, a rather large amount of water aspected ether will issue from the vent at the top. Expect this to attract at least a few elementals, which we would both rather not be drawn to the reactor itself. Trust me. Can I ask that you put down any of the draw tenure? Proposes you a little trouble, I'm sure. Very well. Right here, if you would. I'll survey that, but before I do that, I'm gonna grab that ether kernel because this is right there. Did everything go smoothly out here? I thought as much. No major complications to speak of inside either. And the water ether appears to be venting properly. I expect Coco will have seen a difference in his forged flames by the time I return. Since I have you, there was another matter I thought to discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, merely something I've been considering. Part of this I shared with everyone, yet you, and only you, been to Elpis. As we have established, refined adamantite is a product of Alag, one of the Empire's twilight years, in fact. It was a material which saw much use as part of the Allagan's effort to extend beyond the bounds of this world, Dalamud, of course, being the most prominent. Of those who would push further, expand Alag's empire to encompass the heavens and stars above, perhaps the greatest was its infamous technologist, Amon. Did he remember his life as Hermes? I believe he had his own reasons. There was no evidence to suggest that he retained memories of his former life. He only joined the Asians once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. If not his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the idea with such fervor? This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls, like minds, have a personality, so to speak, a natural disposition towards which they are inclined? You know with relative certainty that it was the gross decadence and inexorable decline of Alag that moved Amon to resurrect Emperor Zand. The Empire's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in their hearts, and facilitating Zan's return. Amon provided these languid souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, had not Zan been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Amon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be a means to the same end, to instill the people with a new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Amon was appalled by those who around him lived. But could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning. Both of them sought that meaning, that hope, in distant stars. Such is my theory, anyway. Ultimately, it is the consequences of their actions which matter. Their motives are of no moment, yet. To reach those stars on wings of adamantite, to travel to the ends of creation and beyond, the promise of hope everlasting, that much I do understand. But enough musing for now. Why don't we see how Cockle is going on? I can feel the flames ablazing from here. Glad you find someone capable, Graha. But there's not much left for you lot to do. Unless you can conjure up that refined adamantite any faster. I did thoroughly brief Cockle on refined adamantite's history. I only volunteered to go to the reactor because I had finished, and there was little else to do. Hopefully, that dispels any misapprehensions that I was kicked out for ruckling on. Alright, well, looks like I actually finished leveling the very mage to 90. Now Dark Knight it is. Dankle is, as usual, worked up over the ether burner. I do trust you to deliver on your promise, I do. Only... Hey, wait! I want the adamantite, I want it now! Oh, I'm picked as a Spider-Man, I want it now! We share your impatience, I assure you. But is there truly nothing else we can assist with in the meantime? I wish. The citizen buzz unbearable. Pity the forum runs on recreational explosions. Well, so long as they can't prove it was premeditated. get you gone. I have mistakes to make. In that case, I suppose we should return the key to the reactor. I'll have one more look and make sure that nothing has gone wrong, unintentionally or otherwise. I'm certain there are better uses for your time, however. I'll join you in Charlotte Hamlet anon. In bonds of elements, right. I'm gonna go to the market board real quick. Oop. Yeah, I'm gonna head to the market board real quick just to check for a certain gland. Your board is over here. If you wait here, your companions are bound to turn up sooner or later.
All set, I take it?
We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals. Trivial tasks as they may be.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Loporrits, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have for the most part been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Kryl. Your special delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbor at once.
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news. A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbour. Your presence is requested with all speed.
That is worrying.
Now, where might this delivery be? Oh.
Oh, wow. That is quite a lot.
I'm sure it's very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
By the 12! Surely, these can't all be.
Bleeding hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
And more on the way. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Sounds like the sorry whinging of a sore loser. An hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalaman shard.
I'll have you know I went all the way to the entrance. Furthermore, 'twas my contacts that enabled us to enlist the cooperation of the Sky Pirates.
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due, you did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
My, what a grand welcome party.
Hancock and Saraban.
We come bearing relics both sacred and elegant, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of Rayson Temple. 'Twas passing fortunate that Senri's dango craving brought us to Kugane. We arrived precisely as Hancock was making his arrangements. Upon learning of your need, we made haste back to Hell's Lid, with our dango, never fear, and consulted with the other auspices. All consented to the lending of Tenzin's legendary Phoenix Blade for this noble cause. Suzaku and Seiryu were nevertheless worried that it might be lost in transit, however, and insisted upon accompanying me to Onakoru, where I had intended to entrust it to our Confederate allies. I thought instead to give it over to Hancock when we chanced to cross paths yet again. But alas, Seiryu remained ill at ease, and ordered me see the blade into your hands personally, or die trying.
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time. Fortunately, our majestic associates have been more than helpful. 'tis an honor to join the Warrior of Light on another adventure, they tell me.
That is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenar Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability. And since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
We funded the venture? When?
Don't let the name fool you. This coinkeeper knows a thing or two about spending. When it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount. We also have the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement. She has supported us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions. We even had coffers to fill.
Mother!
Ameliance.
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full. We can hardly take them with us on your teeny-tiny toy boat, now can we? And would be a shame to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent. Waste not.
However did you manage so much in so short a time, though? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Did I not tell you I have my ways? Erenville, you were involved too.
I received a letter from Cryle after we parted ways in Labyrinthos. She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlian. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions, to combat the obliteration of those countless undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters. Though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed. To make a long story short, the whole of the guildship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
What's this about a ship that can fly to the moon?
It's it, an hero.
And why didn't you mention it sooner? The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon.
Sid! You brought the team.
Of course. Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship. Oh, I nearly forgot. We stopped by Whirlint before coming here and picked up a package from Gaius. He's still of the mind that actions make for better penance than words, contrite or otherwise, so we offer none of the latter. What he sent is an Allegan relic Valens used in his weapons experiments. Has a fair bit of refined adamantite in it, too.
As you like us not suspect, we've also brought adamantite for Mordona's Dalamud shard. I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Kryl's message. So few scions remain at the Rising Stones now. Far too few for such an expedition. However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshire's treasure hunters, not least among them.
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razat not have more pressing concerns?
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you. Though they chose to take their leave of Thavnair, those you saved in Galimund remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words. 'Tis appropriate that I aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better. You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Summer, and his journey across the great expanse. As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere. Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent. Ashdaya's answer was silence, as ever. Tiamat and Chrisvelgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion. My sire, too, gave his assent. Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself along.
Bugger me, this is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again. Forget a 6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no, 10, no, 14 bleeding %. Think of how far we could go! What we could do with that much power! What we could blow up!
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the Scion's end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
Yes, Father?
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it. The lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility. Do you understand? And are you prepared?
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
then I will bear it with you. I beg you, share your struggles with me. As family. You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst. It was love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming. And a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures. The great Exodus would succeed, must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisoix openly decried Charlian's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool, perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart. No, that was his doing, when he perished at Carteneau. As we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea, I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise. Detest me, fight me tooth and nail, I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream. You have earned the right to walk your own path, and already begun to do so.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels. Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures. Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to?
Amelians. Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well. I assume that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger. Yours, in particular. I see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
If we've finished loitering about the harbor, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
Perhaps you can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You've no small number of friends and admirers here after all.
The moment of triumph is close at hand.
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
My throat hurts from darkness, so many people in Labyrinthos. It only proves we got our money's worth. I apologize for not informing you earlier of Ernville's involvement. It was something of a contingency plan. Thank goodness we had him and his fellow cleaners at hand though. It would have been monstrously difficult to locate Sid and transport the Hanish delegation here otherwise. I had no idea how massive a weight it was until he lifted it off my shoulders. But more importantly, his words were an affirmation that the path we walk is the right one. Part of me might have been satisfied so long as my family and friends survived the final days. But to save this star is what we all want most. And if those same people believe that I can help see it done, who am I to say otherwise? Come what may, I will fight for this world of ours until the very end. I cannot wait to see what our friends from the Ironworks do with the ship. If I never see another crate again, it will be too soon. Unaided, we Scions could never have gathered such a bounty. Refined adamantite, relics sacred and ancient alike. I find myself quite overcome. The time has come to claim our prize. Are you prepared? Lise sent a letter along with Gridania's contribution. It seems she traveled there to aid in their adamantite recovery. Evidently, journeying to Gridania was quite a trial, as was getting into the Dollar Shard, as was reaching its depths. I suspect she will have a few kind words to say about the elegance when we next meet. We finally managed to clear the harbor, which means the rest is in the engineer's capable hands. Meanwhile, Father has issued us an invitation. As was agreed, he will reveal the means by which Highland may be contacted. We are to meet him at Emporia when we're ready. Given the vital knowledge she holds, I suggest we leave without delay. It transpires, however, that the Foreign's method of speaking with her is not without risks. I'm curious to hear what those might entail, but regardless, be warned. Most of those who arrived with the Adamantite have offered to stay and see to any remaining tasks that I need doing. The Foreign has already asked for my assistance in overseeing the process, so you needn't worry about a thing. Thank you, Tataru. We're off to Aporia then. I don't want any of you getting hurt, but I do hope you'll wring as much information of Hydaelyn as you can. For all we know, this is the one and only opportunity we'll get. Sylvain, I've already shown the others inside. You'll want to speak with Caroline. She has the key to the lift and can send you down after me. You're with Master Fortune now, yes? Just step inside the lift here. From here we proceed to the heart of Labyrinthos, and its most closely guarded secret, Bombazine. It marks the beginning and end of our efforts. Whence we delve to seek audience with the star, and whence we came, we will embark. And whence we will embark on our journey to the heavens. This way, if you please. What the hell kind of mech structure is this? I bid you welcome to Bombazine. Direct your attention towards its center to behold the arc over which we have long labored. As you can see, it was designed as a medium-sized craft, but better to reduce fuel consumption. Miniaturizing magics have been applied to its interior to ensure that the thrust-to-weight ratio does not place too great a limitation on its front capacity. The ether burner, as you know, has been removed for further modification, but we shall reattach it soon enough. I've received word that Kokol and several of your allies are working on it with intense fervor. We are sure to see it done. It was by their expertise that many a prior disaster was averted. If anything, I fear they will not afford us much time for speaking of Hydaelyn ere the finish. Point taken. Let's move on. I must warn you again, however, that even with the benefit of our device, to treat with her is not a simple feat. Hey Shaz, how are you doing? You must learn of Heidelberg's greater plan. You can only hope that she also knows the current location of Meteor. I'm good. How's the stream so far? It's going great. It's pretty quiet. Not that I mind. More than anything, me streaming Final Fantasy XIV is more of an excuse for me to put my nose to MSQ and make progress. And I'm enjoying it thus far. Whoever wrote the dialogue and the storyboarding is nothing short of a genius. It's absolutely beautiful and very it's very engaging. Need to get back into the game if you're meaning to. You should. There is quite a lot that I'm sure that you will enjoy. And we can do neither if we do not focus on whatever trial awaits us within. You feel it too, don't you? The ship is impressive, but pales in comparison to the vast primordial power beneath our feet. To seem enchantments, both advanced have... wait. I cannot read properly. To seem enchantments, most advanced have been woven into the ship's very bones. Wilson and the Reader were doubtless called upon their expertise in teleportations magics. It was the Allegans who first combined the mechanical and the ethereal sciences into a revolutionary discipline. Given that this ship is nothing short of a technological marvel in that precise vein, Allegan salvage should suit it well. I thought that this is what Erenville meant when he said that there remains much we do not know. But I still can't believe everything that was hidden underneath this. I can't believe that everything was hidden underneath the city this entire time. If meeting Highland proves difficult even for a foreign, then perhaps I... Oh, just an unformed idea at this phase, I'm afraid. I will duly inform you if anything comes up. I can well imagine the zeal with which they're working on the Ether brand. And all I can say is that I'm glad we have something to do other than get in their way. Once it's ready, we'll see to it that the ship is put to good use. To think how many generations labored for this end, and that we aim higher still. We must spare no preparation, and that means speaking with Hyde, no matter the cost. I've done what I can to impress upon you the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? Her children one and all. Fortuna was ready to lead you to Heidelin at last. Oh, here we go. Here we go. We make for the lift at the center of this chamber. Come. As a means of communing with the heart of the star, it's disappointingly mechanical in design. The ether here is more brilliant than I have ever seen. Am I the only one feeling terribly nervous? Surely not. I doubt there's anything worth worrying over. Not for Heidelin's champion at any rate. They must employ a full cohort of engineers just to maintain the lifts. This doesn't strike me as a particularly dangerous, unless one is afraid of this. With the ship in the way, I didn't even notice this was here. I sure hope that Master Foshino has more to share ere sending everyone stumbling into the ethereal sea. As you all know, alongside our physical world exists an ethereal plane, what we refer to as the ethereal sea. At the heart of the star, the physical and ethereal are one and the same. Thus, the deeper we go, the easier it becomes to pass between said planes. We utilize this principle in constructing the anti-tower. And once more here in Formazine. No sooner did the Forum decide to withdraw from Eorzea than we began working on this facility. Our work culminated in a device that allowed us to peer deeper into the ethereal sea than ever before, in search of Hydaelyn's ever fainter echoes. But Etioscope. And you communicate with her through this device. For a time, yes, but since the 7th Umbral Calamity, it has been rare to hear even a whisper. If you wish to reach her, you must journey closer to the center of the star than we have ever dared, beyond the Etioscope. Even so, I make no guarantee that you will find her, nor of your safety, not so deep into the ethereal sea. You understand? But if we are to deliver this world, we have no choice but to try. I know. I only wish we could do more than observe your progress from afar. The Etioscope's ocular lens, by which we may peer into the ethereal sea, while placing ourselves at hazard lies above us, though through it we can watch and guide you. In those swirling depths, there are pockets of ether so dense and turbulent that they can unravel one's soul. If we determine that you are at risk of coming into contact with such a pocket, we will recall you with teleportation magics. To that end, it would be best if one familiar with the composition of your souls remain here to assist in assessing said risk. Otherwise, there is an increased probability that we will extract you too early, or too late. Oh hey, thank you for the bid, Chess. Good luck on the rest of your stream, and also make sure to stay hydrated. Oh yes, I've definitely been keeping myself hydrated considering the amount of reading that I do. You have a good day. Whatever it is that you're off to do. And thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Please, allow me. I have thought upon this much, and in truth, I do not believe that I am fit to join you in the trials ahead. The events at the Tower of Babel drained me, yes, but even before that, your abilities far outstripped my own. This is no time to have a weak link in our vanguard, no matter how much she may wish it were otherwise. If I assist in the manner that Master Foshino has laid out, however, I may still be of use. Will you trust in me to do so? I can think of none I trust more. Compared to all the effort you put into keeping us alive while our souls were in the first, preventing us from dissolving into ether on a single expedition ought to pose no challenge at all. And even if we did, I expect you would hunt us down and restore us to health somehow. You flatter me, but rest assured that I will be keeping a close eye on all of you. There is one more thing. Those in ages past referred to the ethereal sea as the underworld, our final resting place. In its embrace is memory washed away, leaving only the purity of one's soul, or so we believe. Yet what of these memories? You think to ask what becomes of them, cast adrift on the ethereal tides. Some theorize that they linger on for some time, those associated with strong sentiments in particular. In those depths, memories of the departed may even coalesce around you, for hatred or for love. Thus do I caution you to be wary, but also to have faith. Remember those who did gladly extend a hand to you, that they may lift you up once more. I hope to guide you via link pearl while you're inside, but given the density of the ether, I'm not sure how long the connection will hold. Even if you can't hear me, however, be assured that I'm watching over you. Once you're below, you should proceed through the aetioscope to the central observatory. That is where the objective lens is located. We can manipulate it to direct an ethereal current deeper into the sea. While I shall assist you in every way possible, this is your journey to make. When you are ready, I bid you step forth. Maybe our enemies are down there. But if we've beaten them once, we can beat them again. I'm more concerned about our meeting with Heidelin. We may find our truth, but what if? No, I'd rather not think on it. Let us move on. We have always tried to do the right thing, but we have not always been kind nor merciful. I should not be surprised if some few harbored some resentment for us as they passed on. We must face these truths and meet them as they come. I now understand why these facilities are so heavily guarded. If they fell into the wrong hands, the wisdom of Heidelin could be dangerous. 'Tis true. However, that danger is not compared to what would result should the common folk en masse venture into the ethereal sea unprepared, which they most certainly would if they thought it would allow them to speak to the dead. Once that secret got out, no rational argument could dissuade people from wanting to see their loved ones, no matter how ephemeral the meeting. If some part of them remains in the ethereal sea, do you think... Forgive me, that's not why we're here. And no matter what happens, she will always be with us. With Reen, most of all. She tells us to live for the here and now, to do what must be done, and we will. I cannot help but to think of those who were transformed into beasts. That ether dissolved into nothingness, their souls forever lost. Yet I dare say Fandaniel still wanders the ethereal sea, as do the ancients who gave rise to Zodiac, setting in motion so many cataclysmic events. If there is a justice or morality at work that governs our fates, I do not know it, nor do I think any man ever will. Heidelin be unwilling or unable to divulge Meteon's location, I shall see our comrades delivered to the moon, one and all. I pray, however, that this eventually doth not come to pass. While even a sliver of hope remains, we must needs fight on. I see more than enough death in my time, friends, enemies, far too many to count. Once, revenge was all I lived for. All the hate, all the anger. What good did it do? None, that's what. The way I see it, there's no point living for the past. It's the present that needs protecting.
Our fates are not yet sealed. I stand ever ready.
Right then.
All seems in order with the lens, and I trust you can hear me. Those things are pure malcontent, the residue of lives unfulfilled.
You underestimate me!
Sticking arrows. I assume I conceal it. You've always worried over much. as for me, I'll never surrender my devotion, stained by blood of our communities.
Together we shall overcome this.
You underestimate me!
Ready! This will hurt.
Ether. It will guide you.
That was lower, it seems.
The ether is too dense. Oh, I'm losing you.
You underestimate me! Make ready!
Who is our next ally? Rush from the reflection, memory of the burning arc. However, costs me in strength and will people of Ishka will forget you. In a rush of familiar delight, a memory of a kind-hearted night takes place. A powerful presence awaits. Now who shall it be? As my life belongs to the Empire, in death I shall serve. Regret with duty unfulfilled.
You underestimate me!
Away with you!
You underestimate me!
Return now to the star, that by loyalty might be served better ends. If you're a stag peak. We knew you'd come.
Ready!
I knew we would meet here. I think that might be a helmet. I draw content.
Make ready! So headstrong, stubborn to the last. But this is as far as you go. Oblivion beckons!
Splendid soul among the undone. Loss and grief beyond measure.
Many faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far! You will persist in this folly no longer! The stage is set! Make ready! Make ready! Make ready! Let the curtains rise for the main attraction!
Racing will be just limited.
Together we shall overcome this.
Oh, come on.
This is my favorite by far! You will persist in this folly no longer! The stage is set! Let the curtains rise for the main attraction! What a boorish audience you are! Lies! All lies! Your dreams, your hopes, your futures, delusions and lies!
It's not gone, is he?
My very essence begins to wane. Sweet, sweet agony.
Leave this to him.
Come to deal the coup de grace. Good. Watching you struggle against the inevitable is bad comedy. Erase me from existence, soul and all.
Have you any memories of Meteor?
How would you know that name? Then it was you. In Elpis. With Emmet-Selk. The final pieces fall into place. In my halcyon days, as the mortal Ammon, I was haunted by a dream. Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries, shards of shattered memories. But slowly, the fog began to clear. This was Elpis. And I was Hermes. Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed. It was only when I was granted the seat and memories of Fandaniel that I knew these visions to be true. They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos. Or so he thought. In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. My soul. Death failed to expunge them, no matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth, from one Fandaniel to the next. I wonder, is Emmet-Selk adrift somewhere in this ethereal sea? In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis? How it must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Amara in blissful ignorance. Oh, folly! But make no mistake, my life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end. I have lived. I have struggled. I have dredged the very depths of despair. And in the detritus of existence, I found the truth. I served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world his dominion. Yet even he and his vast empire were destined to fall, to become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey lies only death. So I ask you, why live at all? We betray, we torment, we murder. We are wicked, spiteful creatures, without exception. If life is so sacred, so precious, why fill it with such misery? Man wallows in a hell of his own making without purpose or meaning. To live is to suffer, and I would end that suffering by my own hand. It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the only solution! That is my truth, my answer to the question. And yet, even as the words pass my lips, I am filled with doubt. Has my search reached its end? Was this the only way? After all these years, is this the answer I was hoping for?
The lamentations of the damned. How it vexes me to see your conviction falter at the last. Van Daniel, still clinging to existence, I see. You, who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own, refusing to be purified and swept into the sea of souls. As do I. We prisoners to men, watching as the world turns. Though unlike me, you will be spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet, dancing to another's tune.
Is that Arsahe?
How very astute. But let me be clear, I have not come to consort with the likes of you. Nor have I come to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall, and the anguish it brings the savior of the savages. If I played some small part in the chaos, all the better. Not that I was in any position to resist. But to be made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Xenos. I would die 1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance. Now you are at my mercy. I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus. Even should you be reborn, your desperate search for answers must start again.
Next time, we'll find the answer together.
Even here, even now, you have every right to hate me. For the fool I was, for the monster I became. But I will not beg forgiveness. A tale of Hermes, the man who knew so much, yet understood so little, ends here.
Don't try to follow me. I had more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death.
Likewise, I pray we do not meet again. You had better hope not. Come. Hydaelyn is waiting.
Brave travelers, I welcome you.
You look different.
I see. Thou didst journey under Elpis. And now, the rivers of time converge. I know why you have come. Yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days. But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of its shards.
To flee is but one of two paths. The other leadeth to Meteon, far beyond the stars, where she doth chant creation's requiem. Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute. Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught. Meteon hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it. Is what I might have said, once. After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear. I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we truly so powerless that our only choice is to flee?
Far from it, my child. Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Atheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes. Sorrow and anger, conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteon reported, every attempt ended in failure. Darkness abideth within every living being and can never be cast out. Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth. To live is to suffer. And in suffering, find strength and purpose and hope. As you have done so many times before. Thou dost pursue an impossible dream, yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless. And thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee. Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light. For duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest. In thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched. The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. From their ashes doth spring the light of love, warm and pure. As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolved, thou didst unite a distant world on the brink of collapse. And thou, my champion, when all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, thou hast proven equal to the challenge, drawing courage from the many bonds forged on thy journey. You have all known despair, and though the end approaches, you walk on, heads held high. Therein lieth your power. The strength to silence the song of oblivion.
Then there is a means to confront her.
Yes, if you should prove yourselves worthy. Hark! Nigh impossible is it to send mortals to the edge of the universe. Should you fail, there will be no second chance. As the will of the star, I ask of you this. Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm when all around you doth crumble? Do you possess the faith to vanquish despair itself? Should you lack the strength to best a supreme deity, I cannot allow you to make the journey. You must leave this star and never return. Prepare yourselves.
Prove ourselves worthy, eh? Sounds straightforward enough.
Aye. No room for confusion there.
In any case, we've come too far to back down now.
I am of the same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power. Well, not quite every day. Do try not to get underfoot. Needless to say, there'll be no margin for error.
Let us hold nothing back. For the people of this world and those beyond the rift.
Alas, the question I posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years. I would hear thy response, warrior of light. Shouldst thou emerge victorious?
That's neat. Man, this is beyond exciting. Never in the past, present or future have I only found happiness. To live is to be ever beset by hardships, great and small. Hey Saren! Yeah. I mean, I haven't even started the fight yet and it looks really hype. Yet in its adversity we find strength to strive for the next moment of peace, and the next, no matter what trials we face. By this strength hath the will of gods been defied, and the fortunes of men been forever changed. May it be so again this day. What, surprised to hear me and love mentioned in the same breath? I've not a heart of stone. Even in my darkest hour, there were people I cared for. Mentors, comrades, a mad woman who gave her life for us. Then you and Alvina drew my eyes off bridge. I've never known peace since. If strength is the courage to confront your failings and accept that you are worthier of another chance, to rise from the ashes while the fire still burns, bloody but unbound, and my friends have made me strong. MSQ called us incomplete, pitiful creatures, he said, and maybe we are. Pain, grief, fear, they walk with us wherever we go. But we prove to him that we desire to live, and that we'll prove it to Eidolon, Meteon, to universe itself if we must. should we bring our singular talents to bear as one, even gods may fall. Nevertheless, I prithee throw thyself not into peril, lest our curative resources be spent. Pain and despair. Aye, we're old friends. I've lost count of the times I've cursed my own powerlessness. But it's the blessed moments in between that I choose to hold in my heart. Memories and possibilities. I fight to keep those things alive. Nephilia and Reem, to say nothing of you, I know, would never settle for less. From the ruins of a sundered paradise does she rise, to grant this star a new life. As its will, long has she labored to guide her children. Make no mistake, this trial puts to proof Heidelberg's own faith. Alright, here we go.
I, the last of my kind, shall test thee. Come, prove thy worth! Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate? Change of arms. May the test continue. You know, we're near or far. You underestimate me. And now this. By blade!
You cannot stop us!
We're near or far. By blade! Crystals of light, to me!
Together we shall overcome.
The song of creation's end. Feel. The sorrow and hope's demise.
What the fuck?
Think.
I would say why.
Your way in the darkness. Children, and never look back. Then you are resolved.
Oh, damn.
This test is far. Thy crystal light. Light unyielding. There. Refulgence eternal.
still!
You underestimate me!
Light unyielding! Hold still!
At last, man has the strength to...
Oh man. What a wild ride that was.
No! This can't be happening!
Though my power is in constant flux, I have always kept a reserve for this very moment. It was a true test of your prowess. You have done well.
There is one thing I must ask. By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis. Having seen mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, you wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair. You believed we had the potential, and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled, to deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of Dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant us the power to defeat her once and for all. Is this not true?
It is as thou sayest. 'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. There was no kindness, nor justice in the tragedy I wrought. When confronted with the almighty Zodiac, my only recourse was rend him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for a time. And so it came to pass. Now you, my chosen, have surpassed my expectations, surpassed me. I entrust the fate of the universe unto you. This crystal contains the memory of Meteion's passage through the stars. Deliver it unto the Loporrits. They will guide you to her.
Though they may be capable of crossing great distances, there is a vast difference between traveling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse. And unlike Meteion, we cannot simply soar on waves of dynamis to our destination.
Indeed. To make such a journey would require an astronomical amount of ether. But a solution lieth close at hand.
Of course.
Yes, my child. Ever since I became the will of the star, the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized. They who have answered my call know it well. While I have remained hidden, it has become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of nature. The Mother Crystal, our final hope. Alas, I can do no more. The fulfillment of this task doth fall to you, my chosen. Now, heed these words. Darkness and light, despair and hope. As goeth one, so goeth the other. Become light, become hope. I have a gift for thee. Come closer. Long have I searched for a means to safeguard the future of this star. Lo, I knew failure after failure. By recalling thy tales and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on. Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned. Thine unshakable resolve never ceases to amaze, to inspire. As a mark of my gratitude, I bestow this final gift. Thou dost possess the crystal of Azan, yes? As Heidelin, I reside over the forces of stasis, tranquility, peace. The laws which impart stability to existence itself. I will weave this self-same power into the crystal, granting thee mastery over matter, to give form to the formless. Use it wisely, or it will not last indefinitely. As thou hast seen on thy journey through the ethereal sea, souls are drawn to thee. Mayhap this trait will prove to be a boon rather than a hindrance. It is thy hopes and prayers that enable Azam's invocations and give them life. So keep them close. But pray, remember this. When the way forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, look not to the invocation, but within yourself. These were the words of the crystal's original bearer. With that, my work is finished. Fulfill our promise. Right the wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion. Teach her a brighter melody. Show her our journey is far from over.
We will find our way for now.
Of this, I have no doubt. For yours is a light brilliant beyond measure. Long after I have gone, though not even my soul remaineth, my love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
Oh man, it hurts my heart to watch. That is so good. Why would you do this to me? Sylvain didn't meet Hydaelyn. Pray tell, how is she? She and Hydaelyn were two of a kind, weren't they? For the love of a star and its people, always holding to hope for our future. Far be it from me to refute Hydaelyn's own words, yet even if her actions were neither kind nor just, you can yet give them a nobler meaning. We can make her faith salvation of mankind. If Dynamis is ruled by emotion, perhaps prayer has more tangible results than I suspected, albeit ones that are not always obvious to us. In which case, we may hope that Hydaelyn's wishes continue to move the hearts of men, as they set forth time and time again. It is fortunate that Fortune of Halfkeep kept living away praise of our progress. We require Lockbert's aid more than ever. A bit small for a welcoming party, but I've never been one for crowds. I'll keep Hydaelyn's words in my heart, as talisman and lodestone both. She has given us all she can. We must share what we know with Father and the Lockberts at once, that it not go to waste. Thank goodness, I never would have forgiven myself if any of you had come to harm. I'm glad to see you well. Or we could roughly place your souls deep as you went. We could neither see nor hear you. The fluctuations in your ether near the end gave us quite a fright. What in the world happened? You mean to say Heidelin is... No, there's no time to feel our feelings. We must carry out Heidelin's will without delay. We'll find Meteon if that's the last thing we do. If you wouldn't mind handing over the crystal, that is, the fancy navigatory one. To the edge of the universe, where congregates the despair of countless stars, you are determined to see this through. We are. Should words fail us, we will fight. To the bitter end. I know that it pains you to accept this. Would that I need ask nothing more of you. Yet we have only two means to travel the great expanse, Moon and Charlin's Ark. I'm all too aware that without both of them, there will be no Exodus, but I nevertheless beg you to honor the agreement we made. The forum's decision will be honored. You have earned the right to use the ship as you see fit, and I could not rescind it if I wanted to. As it happens, I do not. I would do all within my power to aid your cause. With that settled, might I suggest you rest a while? Proving oneself to Heidelin is never easy, and despite our unparalleled genius, we'll need a day to make the necessary calculations. We may as well take advantage of it. You can chart a course through the sea of stars in a single day. Ye gods. Shall we head above ground for some fresh air then? And perhaps a nap. Aha, I've been expecting you. I heard about your foray into the ethereal sea. Students have ventured far and wide, but never quite so deep as that. Are you experiencing any after effects from your prolonged exposure? Nausea? Dizziness? Hauntings? Well, have a pleasant sleep. And if you do experience any unusual phenomena, please let me know. I shall add it to our records.
you are. Some time, indeed, yes. For you, at least. Believe me, I'd meant to get some proper sleep. But here we are, drifting along instead. Well, well, you too. And so we remain, to watch and wonder. Yes, indeed. To begin, we first must see the end.
Right. Well then, that shall be it for this stream. We're going on for a good 6 hours now, I think. Yeah, 6 hours, just approaching 7. Right then, well, I thank you all for stopping by. And shall see you next time. Goodbye.